Well, good morning and welcome to Sydney Parade for another sunny day of Pembroke cricket. Today we have the second 11 playing in the second 11 Premiership, and the visitors today, Malahide. Just one over gone, bowled by Dan Murray, and the score has moved on to 4 without loss. Langan and Pembroke are the bats for Malahide. Bruce Whaley getting third man duty. Big on your screen.
Yeah, they must have.
Yeah.
So we didn't first of all, because I would still run up and do.
Yeah, no, if they want to start early, they can start early, just as long as they know that the coverage will only begin at the scheduled time.
If I had a clue.
Yeah, ask people, anybody lets know is us. Luke Murray now opening up from the nursery end, so it's a Murray double. Pembroke have been going quite well in this league this year. Batsman flashing at one outside off stump. Well, that one's carved away from an outside edge. Bruce Whaley does the fielding down at third. Just a single taken. Luke Murray looking for the outside edge of that bat, finding it on that occasion, but that one flying down to the fielder, just in shot.
Oh, lad.
Well, a lovely day. I'd say the blue sky just about has the majority over the clouds at the moment. There is a bit of a breeze, and hopefully that will keep any clouds moving away from us. Nice little sea breeze would be nice. Let's see our director and producer, Noel Walsh, heading off to the straight camera. So we'll be bringing those shots to you soon enough. I'd suggest at the end of a couple of overs. Nicely played away on the offside, but hit straight to the fielder. See Ashley Balburney on a bike today. Nice pick up in the field. That is the end of the second over, just the one run coming from it. And 5 without loss after 2. Malahide making a steady start this morning. Hang on, no, you're pulling that. rolling wires out for camera work. And now back with you. How did a helmet get on top of the... Morning. Just wondering how the helmet got up there. Wondering how the helmet got onto the roof. Yeah. Murray causing the batsman a few difficulties there. Not too many, but, you know, let's not make it too easy, he says. Well, during the week we saw the women's seconds reel off a couple of victories. Emma Mullin, well, she had the golden touch. Scoring 160, 170 runs in 2 innings for just once out. Put her to the top of the run scoring charts for the women. And probably average going right up as well. Pat Carthy, the umpire for Dan at the moment. Another one gets carved down to third again. Another single taken. Well, it's certainly a fresh day here, early afternoon in Sydney Parade. We will, of course, let you know as soon as we see anybody turning up to open the bar. Graham Mooney doing the scoring for Pembroke today. He's the one who's providing us with these graphics and this information on the screen for you. So many thanks to Graham. He's done that on more than one occasion this year. So 3 overs gone, 6 runs on the board, 4 from the first over and a single from each of the subsequent ones. Two slips in place at the moment. Who are the 2 slips, Bruce?
Jones, Nicky!
Half-hearted appeal. Nothing much in that.
Something wrong with the main camera.
Hmm?
Something wrong with the camera.
No. It's just you started early. We're a little behind time, and between the two, it'll be up and running in a minute. At the moment, just operating from one camera beside me here and the commentary gazebo. Oh, that one just going past the edge. That would have been nice to see with the straight on camera. Well, as Luke Murray goes into his second over, the 4th overall, we have our first spectator at the ground. He's taken up a position in Con's Nook. Afternoon.
Oh, you've done that. Yes. He was waiting for you.
Oh, I forgot all about that. Did you actually get to turn it on at any stage? Yeah. Definitely. Thank you.
And where are you working today?
Down in Malahide's chop house.
Goodly.
Yeah, from 2 up until about 10, 11.
2 till close.
It's probably going to end up that way.
But somebody else will do the restocking and everything else.
Oh, no,
like that.
lad. Come on, Nicky.
The busiest man in Sandymount. Played away on the offside. 4 overs gone. Maiden for Luke Murray. Just 1 run off his 2 overs. Score's moved on to 6 off 4 overs. Quiet enough, steady start from both teams. Just feeling their way into this game. First round of boxing, just sparring at the moment. Getting into the battle. This one a little bit too much effort and it pushes it wide. Another run onto the board.
Well, him and her. Sounds like a good night. They're spending it as fast as you're earning it. Yeah. Wouldn't it just be easier if you sat in the house, drank a bottle of whiskey, and he just handed money over to you every 20 minutes? The dam burst. And suffer they must. If you can't do the time, don't do the crime. And then he gets those puppy dog eyes. Ah, don't go now. One more, one more.
That one just a bit too short, and it's powerfully played away on the offside. That's going to run to the boundary, no doubt about that. 4 runs, first boundary of the day, and a nice one to get underway. The yellow, canary yellow of Malahide will be delighted with that.
Quick, stop it, insomnia.
Another single taken. A few runs starting to flow this over from Dan into his third. Half-hearted swing by the batsman outside off. He didn't really want to make contact. Is this the start of our autumn? The breeze suggests it is, but the sunshine suggests we've still got a few days of summer to come. Let's hope we get a nice Indian summer. As this one's hit in the air and slashed away down to third, it will just be a single again. It's a common scoring area for this batsman. Get the spinners on, that's what we say. Bit of off spin now, that's what we need, isn't it, Bruce?
Maybe.
And there concludes our first interview of the day.
Go on, lad, go on, Luke. Lukey. Come on, Luke. Go on, Lukey.
just beating the outside edge again. Luke Murray, with the wind, gusting around today. That's helping the ball get past the outside edge. Perhaps with a little less wind, it will take the outside edge. 2 slips in place. Man just behind point. He's a bit wide to be gully. And Bruce in between to protect the boundary. This one onto the onside. And that's a nice bit of fielding out in the boundary.
Is that Dan down there, is it?
Yes, Dan.
Doing his best to keep his brother's figures down.
Go on, lad. Go on now, Luke. Go on,
Just
Dagger.
2 runs so far, 2.5 overs. And one goes an edge to second slip, and it's put down. First chance of the day. That's unfortunate. It was at an awkward height. Hands went down and pushed the ball to the ground. Captain Joe Prendergast. He's got the hands on the hips now. Teapot, but it's only annoyance and frustration with himself. He has to put that to the back of his mind. And there's so often the response. Put down at second slip, next ball powered away, square on the offside, straight to Cyril's way. 4 runs. And Luke goes from a situation where he could have had 1 for 2. Instead, he's none for 6. Well, how cruel cricket can be at times, but we see it so often. Chance goes down. And the batsman makes the most of the life he's been given. So there's 6 overs gone, 19 on the board, and the first opportunity of the day comes to Pembroke, and they fail to take it. Luke Murray now 0 for 6 from his 3 overs. And for a 4th over now, it'll be Brother Dan.
Brother Dan makes it sound like he's a monk from the 13th century, doesn't it? Brother Dan and Brother Luke. Expect them to be in great big brown things, hoods up.
I didn't dare push him all the way straight, it was so wide. I moved it about halfway to stretch.
Yeah, we're starting to see now with this camera angle just how close to the edge the Murray bowlers are getting. And coming onto the ground now, captain of the third 11, Bill Whaley. Spectator number 3. Spectators here, obviously not on safety grounds, but one is down at third in Consnook. One is sitting in front of the chapel, that's Ashley Balburney, and now Bill Whaley down at the scoreboard end. I'm sure the crowd will grow as the day goes on and as the bar opens. One of your last opportunities, of course, this season to come on down to Pembroke and spend a Saturday afternoon doing not very much.
Shake.
Hmm?
shake.
Yes, yes. I was trying. I saw a program recently, or a couple of years ago, where they're replacing the big 6-inch steel poles for road signs with ones that are more. I'm not going to say honeycombish, but there were 3 small connected posts. And the whole thing's only about that size. But I don't know what they're called, and I don't know how to find them.
Yeah,
But I was looking.
don't know how much they might
Yeah,
cost.
Dan needs a favour for me.
Like,
Oh yeah, I understand that.
Dan needs a favour.
aluminium or-
Because Javo has his bat and needs to
We've
pay
kind of
him.
reached the limit on those
Javo
single
has
poles
his
as
back
to how
and needs to
much
pay
higher
him.
than the sight screen you
So he
can
wants you to
go.
go to the change room and get
Whereas one that was 3 based
down there.
would have a lot less
No, but
bend in
He
it.
said Gray O'Neill's side bucket.
Unless
His phone's there.
Alright. 1, 2, 3. And actually has.
It's sort of like
Yeah, no, I know, but it's
1, 2, 3, and then cross beams.
still. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's, when I say honeycombed, I'm thinking back to old Formula One. But you see a few of them on the N11 as you're going past Loughlinstown, and they've been proven to save lives already. I'm not suggesting that they're going to save lives here, but I just thought that if they were rigid enough, that would allow you to go higher over the sight screen.
Now, how much of that shake do you think is down to the pole?
Most of it's down to the sight screen, isn't it? Ah, yes. Well, there you go. Okay, now I've got to go. Now you're sending me down another dark alleyway. Because because I know how to spell sight screen. No, heading off towards the sight screen. I have to say, and please do mention it to him if you see him. The SMC print and design signs will replace this year, and my goodness, what a better job they are now. Don't they stand out clearly? And of course, if anybody out there fancies advertising on Pembroke Cricket Live, then get in touch. We'll use your money purely on our end of season on equipment. Everything seems to get reinvested here, and that's absolutely fabulous to see.
Yes, Luke. Yes, Luke. Go on then, Lukey. Go on then, lad. Go on, Dasher.
Oh, just back over the outstretched hand of Luke Murray. No run taken though.
Good Lukey.
First attempt was zoomed in about here.
Oh, right.
It's like, oh, I could. It would be real action stations.
Yes, Luke. Yes, Luke.
Matthew Langan. He's scored the 2 boundaries so far. Yeah, well, we were up early and we went down to Black Rock. Unfortunately, the news cafe was closed today. Family bereavement, so we had to make. One over from each of the brothers now, and that will see us through to the end of the power play. I just had a flash of black screen, but it was a flash of black screen. I'm just telling you, don't shoot the messenger. It's not warm under here though.
No, I'm just waiting to cool down enough to pull up.
Crashes into the pads. Well, crashing into the pads brings forth an appeal from somebody. Somebody who wasn't in line, obviously. Yeah,
might go big coat today. Or is today the day we both sit here in suits?
Oh, black. Well, looking at the pictures on your screen, you'd think it's a lovely summer's day. However, there is a bit of a breeze coming across. Just looking at the league table for these two clubs. 3rd and 4th in the table. And as we say that, the first wicket falls. Perugia makes its way back to the pavilion. First wicket falls with the score just on 24 runs. Pembroke will be delighted at least picking up that first wicket during the power play. We are very gentle in here. Well, Dan Murray picks up the first wicket. He's 1 for 14 now in his 5th over. And as I say, as we come towards the end of the power play, Pembroke will be delighted that they have picked up that first wicket. It was indeed Zach McCabe. Well done to Amanda for noticing that. Off the bowling of Dan Murray. Live scoring not yet bringing us the new batsman's name as Dan Murray completes his 5th over. And he'll be delighted at having picked up that wicket off the 4th delivery. Well, those of you who are watching, whereabouts are you today? Do let us know. The live chat as always is open. Oh, there's, I have to say, not very much lag between live action.
Oh no, Lakey.
Jim, good morning to you. Once again joining us from Philadelphia, or just outside. When you say outside, are you talking about the Coatesville area? Or perhaps up by Mall of America. Massive place, Philadelphia. Some lovely areas around there too. Spent a little bit of time in that part of the woods. So Luke Murray now. He's been the one applying the pressure. Dan's the one who took the wicket. Agnibesh Paul, the new batch. Coming in at number 3. .415 runs this season does Paul before today's game. But at the moment, Langan facing. He's reached double figures. Looking neat and tidy at the crease at the moment anyway. 22 balls faced. Last 2 deliveries now of the power play. This one just played away. Yeah, Joe Prendergast, he still has 2 slips in place, but he's come out from slip himself.
Yeah, the black was that over there. You didn't have it during the warm-up, but we're using the Chester bag. Okay. So you don't know where that would that be on the.
Look at you, Mr. Domesticated. There's a woman out there somewhere who
Go on, Luke.
who really is missing out. If she's listening, yeah. Yeah. Top of this league at the moment. Leinster with 7 wins, then it's Merion, then Pembroke and Malahide. Well, Leinster have a game in hand. They do indeed. You've obviously studied this. When did you do that? During the week, or? It's very tight at the top though. Pembroke a mere 8 points off the top of the table, albeit with a game more played. But Merion are just a point and a half off the top. So as I say, tight at the top. Malahide looking to get involved in that battle. If they can win today, it will put them there or thereabouts. But it would certainly be of great assistance to the top 2. We're going to see our first spin of the day. Don Kataka.
Nobody ever seems to say no.
No, gosh, it's a chance to get clean glasses. It's only when you clean them that you realise how dirty they were. First ball to spin. Right on the mark. Good length. Good line. Batsman doing exactly the right thing and just keeping that one well and truly out. A bit more air gaining a bit more length. Just turned it slightly into a full toss. This one falling onto the legs, just clipped away, little inside edge onto the pads, ran away enough to get through for a single. Oh, absolutely. Too much. It's in. Oh, came off the gloves and just disappeared over the keeper's head.
Amanda?
Another one, just slightly too full in length, clipped away to square leg, get through for the single. Well, it wasn't a bad power play for Pembroke. 25 runs coming from it, 1 wicket. But Malahide will be happy enough as well. They've put down a solid base, a decent start. James in Philadelphia, he's up bright and early. Half 7 now, but he's already been up for half an hour. It is Saturday morning, of course.
Oh my, come on that bad.
Just 2 runs coming from Tucker's first over. And now Langan will be facing. Coming on from the nursery end, despite what it says on your screen at the moment, is Mark Berry. Mark's first season with Pembroke.
Good mark, good mark.
Gonna bring it up.
Luke Murray currently leads the race for the spot.
Go on that lad, come on that Barry, go on that lad.
4 qualifiers so far. Oh, nice catch. There's been an appeal.
It's all the mark.
Well, we'll see that one again, that's for sure. Oh, just missed that.
Go on that lad, go on that mark.
So the 4 qualifiers at the moment for the bowling trophy are Luke Murray, Bruce Whaley, Naveen Nalapati and Byron McDonough. Other ones who I think could still reach would be down as far as Eli Clark, Paul Lawson, Paranjay, Dan, and of course Nick Stapleton can't qualify for club trophies. Another one where he half-heartedly puts his bat somewhere near the ball. Wasn't to be on this occasion. Mark Berry himself has 18 wickets so far this season. And they've come to him at an average of 28.5. "87 overs. Luke Murray's leading with number of overs bowled. 146 overs. Do you remember those days, Noel? We used to bowl that in a weekend. 146. Could do 46 in a weekend very easily back in the day. Another one slightly too long in length. Again, too much length, too much height. On this occasion it's punished and put away for 4 runs, just down in front of the chapel. Oh no, it wasn't a time thing, it's a frame thing.
Oh, yeah, I should have hit the
Much better delivery from Tucker there. Getting good revs on the ball. Nice quick over. Just that one errant delivery, pushed and punished in front of the chapel. Greg Hollins removing a jumper. I wouldn't be too surprised if somebody else didn't put it on. Mark Berry's first over went for just a single. Let's see how he gets on in his second from the nursery end. Oh, he's trapped in there. It's a good appeal. Umpire perhaps thinking that maybe he'd got outside off stump. That is one we'd want to see again. Umpire gives it not out, and on your screen.
Come on, Mark, go with that, like goes, Sparky.
Oh, very good shout for Mark Berry on that delivery. Let's see how he gets on this time. Batsman jams the bat down onto it, onto the offside.
From there to there.
Another one trailing back into the batsman, who plays it out on the leg side. Dot ball. I refuse to be cold anymore. I'm going to go and get my coat.
Yes, Mark. Come on there, Sparky. Come on there, lad. Good Mark, good Mark. Good Mark, good Mark. Good line, lad. On us, Gorbo.
Well, that's better. Big heavy coat to protect against the breeze that is whipping under the gazebo. No sunshine because I'm under the gazebo. I still wouldn't swap seats with anybody on the ground. See, Amanda, I think, is talking to just off to the top right of your screen. And just having a chat with the Morgans. Oh, the umpire's gone down. He's gone down hard. He's hurt himself. Well, the umpire just unfortunately was moving backwards to his spot, and I think he may have caught the edge of the mat. But he certainly went down, and went down quickly. No, I don't think you are either, and we'll just leave them to it. Umpire back on his feet now. His heel just caught. I think he's okay. I think he will continue, and I think we'll get back to the game shortly. Fourteen overs gone then. 32 for 1. Steady progress from Malahide. 2.3 and over. Langdon's been there from the start. Paul obviously came in at the fall of the wicket, which was a catch for Zach McCabe off the bowling of Dan Murray. So Tucker to continue from the St John's end. See how wide on the crease Tucker's front foot goes. Again, just over pitching. It's pulled out the leg side. This time the boundary rider is in the right spot. And it's just a single. Yeah. That's good enough. This time it is carved at it on the offside. He has found open space, and they will pick up just the single. They think twice, and nicely backed up. Plenty of spin options for skipper here. was too much in that appeal for the umpire to worry about. Cut away in the gully region. Ends the over. 15 gone. 34 for 1. Oh. No. You'll see how bad it is now. Yeah. It was an interesting appeal, but it didn't actually hit anything. Was the impression we got here. Mark Berry getting one to zip through on this occasion. Langan was in the vicinity, and it was only, well, the faintest of edges would have been straight through to what is now just one slip.
Good mark, good lad. Come on, lad, go to bed.
Another good solid defensive shot to a very good ball. he was walking backwards and his heel must have caught or something, because he just stumbled for 2 steps and went down and then stayed down. Now, very easily. I tell you, he won't make that mistake again. In fact, that's a very good call, Amanda. I take it that's the Morgans up the end you were talking to? No? I suppose Malahide 1s might be out today, so... What's it like along the wall? Nice? Once you're out of the wind? Well, some good fielding. Prevents a single off the last ball of the over. He's now 3 overs, just 2 runs coming from them. He's bowled a lovely line and a good pace today. Well, 16 overs gone. It's taken an hour. That's about right. Don Kotaka to continue from the St John's end with his left arm around. Really going for that full length on this occasion. Lets the batsman jam it out for a single. A little bit of hesitation in the running. Malahide would want to keep an eye on that. All too short. Batsman onto it very quickly. Pulls it around to the leg side, but there is a fielder there. Again, a little bit too short on this occasion, but the batsman not taking advantage of it, quite happy to push it out on the leg side, no run taken. This over's going to be over before live scoring catches up. It's doing its best at the moment. Half expect to see the message buffering. The two batsmen have to take late decision to avoid each other. Just a single it is. That will bring Paul back onto strike. He's been very watchful so far. Just 6 runs coming from 22 deliveries. Very good length ball from Tucker to close out the over. 0 from 11 from 4 overs now, and live scoring right back up to date.
Come on, Mark. Come on, now, lad.
No, bottle of water in the car.
Not bad.
Yesterday, day before. Just take the car and go up to the garage and get yourself something.
Yes, Mark. Yes, Mark. Yes, bad. Well done, lad.
Something pastry and a coffee. Could I get a coffee? Thank you. That one a bit too short from Berry. It races away and the fielder on the boundary unable to pick it up on this occasion, and that's 4 more runs for Malahide. Paul moves on to 11. The score moves on to 43 for 1.
Go on, lads. Go on, lads. Go on, Mark. Go on, Mark. Go on, bad.
These two have put on 19 runs. And a bit of misfielding in the ring brings a bit of aspiration for the bowler and an extra run for the bat.
Good ball then, Mark. Come on, that. Go on, that, lad.
Should be back. Back to a good line and length for Berry. That's 4 overs done for him. Just the 8 runs coming from them, and 6 of them came from that last over. Langan now on 16, Paul on 12. Hey, Jack.
Yeah.
You know, keep going.
Grinding.
Single to get his over underway. played away on the offside. They take the first one with a certain degree of pace in the hope of finding a second, not to be on this occasion. Well, the clubhouse looking absolutely resplendent. This one again, hoiked out, square of the wicket. Yes, the clubhouse receiving a coat of white during the week. Roy has been exceptionally busy. So if you see him, do thank him for how well the place is looking. Also keeping an eye on the bushes. And that's Niall up there at the top end by the sight screen, just walking out a shot now. Well, who'd have thunk it? Batsman pulling out because somebody was walking in front of the sight screen. JT. Jack Tector. In the air, and he takes the super catch to his left-hand side. That's a lovely catch from Donachataka. Second wicket goes down, 48 on the board, and Paul departs for 14. It had taken him a while to get there, and he tried to push that one back past the bowler, but wasn't counting on the gymnastic abilities of D. Tucker. 19 overs done now. Tucker 1 for 15 off his 5 overs. And 48 for 2, Malahide now. Needs to be winding. She'll be back. She'll be back. There we go. Mark Berry then to continue from the nursery end. New batsman at the non-strikers end, and the wicket having fallen on the last ball of the over. Anybody else out there today? Let us know where you're watching from. Langan trying to get on top of that one. Just the toe of the bat though, no strength in the shot. Nicely played down, soft hands on the offside. Getting the ball down immediately, negating any possible difficulties. Well, for James, I can tell you there's one seagull on the pitch. Noel Goff has just arrived as well. This one has gone up in the air. There is a man underneath it and takes the catch, and a third wicket falls, and it's Langan who departs. He'd been there since the start. He felt like he needed to get on with it a bit, and he got underneath that one, and it flew high into the air and came down, and simplest to catch is taken. 48 for 2 now. Matthew Langan, he'd faced 50 deliveries for his 18 runs. 2 fours in that, and a strike rate of 36. Mark Berry now picking up his first wicket. 1 for 8 he has off 4.5. That was Joe Prendergast perhaps making amends for his earlier aberration in the slips. So 3 down now, 48 on the board. Pembroke will be the happier of the two teams. Run rate at under 2.5 and 3 wickets. The top 3 now have all made their way back to the shed. Aaron Doyle, he's only recently, he's not even faced a delivery yet, and his partner in exactly the same boat. So Pembroke with 2 new bats at the crease. We're looking to press forth their advantage. 48 for 3 at the moment. And Mark Berry to continue. Looking at searching for the top of off stump there, that was for sure. Sean Drum it is, the new batsman at the non-striker's end. He'll be waiting his chance to face the Pembroke attack. And they take the first one very quickly. Bruce Whaley makes sure they don't take a second. So Drum off the mark, and now Doyle will get his chance.
Come on, Baz.
He's only just arrived at the crease himself. 2 wickets in 4 balls for Pembroke. Not too much footwork there from Doyle. Sparring at 1. Berry ends his 5th over with figures of 1 for 9.
You're going to take wickets that quickly while I'm gone, maybe I should stay away.
Well, wickets falling in Niall's absence as he went and got the water. It was Joe's catch off Mark Berry, making up for his drop earlier on at second slip. No, it was point, gully area, and it flew off the edge of the bat and went straight up.
I was guessing. Close.
Yeah. This one left alone outside off. Adam Doyle, 350s and 100 this year, 387 runs before today. Sean Drum, on the other hand, just 113 runs at an average of 12.5 in the 9 games he's played before today. Whaley dropping back to the fence at long on for Tucker, as this one is muscled out on the offside. We welcome back to his camera duties. Well, we're into the 21st over now. We should really give you a look at the cards at some stage.
To tell you the number.
I'll have to open up that page and try and find how to do it again.
Not bad.
52 for 3 after 21. Just the 3 singles in that over for Tucker. Previous over it had seen him take a lovely caught and bowled.
Oh, Beza. Oh, Mark.
You couldn't just have put one.
Good, Mark. Go, Beza.
Sean Drum, he's moved on to 3 now. As these two look to re-establish a partnership for Malahide. That's what they need at the moment. Mark Berry bowling exceptionally well today. Proving that Pembroke really do have some stock in the fast bowling stakes. We've yet to see, of course, Joe Prendergast. Would be a 4th seamer here. We've Bruce Whaley with the off spin. Plenty of options for Pembroke in the bowling department. With Darren Cosgrave, another who can turn his arm over.
Oh, Baz.
Well, it's a lovely colour day. And not just because Malahide are here in their canary yellow. But there's lovely blues in the sky, even the clouds when they appear. Ranging a nice fluffy white with the sun shining through. The sun that just appears to be in shadow rather than menacing. Berry comes in. Cut away on the offside. This time they will look for 2. They're going to take on the arm of Whaley. And they get home for the second very easily. 56 for 3 after 22.
Book, Mark. Not allowed to do anything else until I see you book.
Oh. Said match not found. Right, hit the bookmark thing there. Edit? No. Add?
Good storm.
Okay, I've sent the link to James. Oh, it's a carbon copy. You'd think that was a replay of his previous caught and bowled. That is magnificent work from Tucker. Full length dive, takes the catch, 4th wicket goes, and Doyle is now out.
Looks better.
Oh, what a super idea that was. Thank you. And this is magnificent work from Tucker. Batsman forces it out, full length to his left-hand side, takes the catch. The celebrations start before he even finishes rolling. Well, we'll take a quick look at the batting card as it stands. 4 wickets down, just 56 on the board. And, well, that's not a card that Malahide are going to look at with any great joy. And just before we go any further, let's just have a quick look now at the Pembroke bowling. And those 2 caught and bowls for Tucker, 2 for 18 now. Well, it's all happening here at Sydney Parade. You want to get down here early. Cameron Shoebridge is the next man in for Malahide. I don't want to what? No, I went with commercial here. Out damn spot, out. Scottish. The Scottish play. Oh, it's worth a shout. Crashing into the batsman's hip. Pat Carthy deciding it was going to miss that leg stump, and probably correctly. In fact, absolutely correctly, because if you look in the scorebook, it records his decision. Bit too full, lifted out on the leg side, square leg again, deep square leg, does the fielding. Position that saves so many runs for Tucker here. This occasion, all just kept out. Shoebridge showing a bit of restraint at the moment. His side are in a bit of trouble. 58 for 4. This time pulled out towards Cow Corner. 2 fielders chasing after it. Neither one of them's going to get there. 4 runs. And a welcome 4 runs for Malahide. 62 for 4 after 23. Just 2 overs to go to drinks as the sun disappears behind one of the fluffier clouds. But Pembroke will be absolutely delighted. The left arm around spin from Tucker has brought forth 2 super caught and bowls. One a carbon copy of the other, cloned almost. This one pushed away. Really looking to make this great start pay off. The likelihood is there's going to be a partnership somewhere in the innings. Will this be the one? Drum and Shoebridge.
Mark, come on, Mark, come on, lad.
Never known a summer be so breezy, gusty, windy. This one coming off the edge of the bat, but flying down to third, where Bruce Whaley will do the fielding. One added to the score.
Mark.
It really does bowl with a heavy shoulder. Mark Berry pushes it into the pitch.
Oh no, Mark, come on now, lad. You coming on the ball, Phil? Yeah.
Tell me to warm up like 20 hours.
Come on, Greg. Give in.
Well, see that one again. I thought I heard 2 sounds. I thought it was bat first. But not a million miles away from decision anyway. Tucker to continue now. And why wouldn't he? He's 2 for 2 for 24, is it? And the umpire's down again. Yeah. I mean, to do so once is unfortunate. I didn't see the fall itself. I don't think there was anybody in the vicinity.
No. No. Fixed power and absolutely proper replay.
Well, with the umpire down and obviously in some discomfort, it seems that all the players are going to head off for drinks and over early. We'll let them do that, and we'll join you again for the second half and the 25th over in a few minutes. First ball after drinks. Bit too full. Punched out the leg side. Fielded in the ring. McDarragh, Cosgrave with the fielding. Another dot ball. Well, we've said it before, we'll say it again. So many wickets fall in the overs just after drinks. Well, the net's providing some cover for the fielders out there. They kept it inside the rope. Saved a run.
Yeah, I can't even go back very far because it's heading to the desk.
That single takes the score on 69 for 4. Good afternoon, James. And you're getting that one through. Ends the over. Just the 4 runs coming from it. The score at the end of 25 overs at the halfway mark, 69 for 4.
Right.
You look like you've been training anyway.
Jumping it, eh?
Sharp, intense, that's what you want. Bruce Whaley being told to warm up for the 6th time today. We'll soon see him. Single taken with 1 dropped onto the leg side. Very smart running.
Come back, come back.
Not bad.
We have a message from Queensland. Kieran Volker is watching today. Good afternoon, Kieran. Very much missed here in Pembroke. Great to see that you're online with us today. Yes.
Falling
watching
falling
too.
bad.
And Tammy, we love you too. Greatly missed here. Mark Berry still in search. His 2nd wicket. Quick call of 2. They do call 2. Be a brave 2 to take. They decide against it.
On that, Bazza. Come on now,
Perhaps
lads.
quite wisely. I hope the friends you're introducing to Pembroke are also well introduced. Good friends with Bundy. Seems like a Bundy sort of evening. Certainly here, if not there. So, viewers in Philadelphia, viewers in Australia. We suspect one or two of you in Ireland too. If she's watching this afternoon, a very good afternoon to Mary Sharp. Hope all is well. So Tucker and another over. Another one that's just lofted up. Bruce Whaley's onto this one. He takes the catch. And a fifth wicket has fallen. Sean Drum departs for 13. Just lifted up. Waiting to see what happens. And then delighted with the result. Fifth wicket down, 73 on the board. And Nile has finally succumbed and is now getting into...
Coffee always did so much.
It's like watching an episode of The Krypton Factor.
Seems strange. Oh my goodness.
He's going to be snug as a bug in a rug, that's for sure. Ben Askew joining in the live chat on YouTube. He reckons that Neil Boyne is to get 99 not out. Well, Malahide will be fairly happy if he does, to be honest. Quick single taken. Another single taken. These two have decided for the sixth wicket that order of the day will be quickly run, take everything on offer in an attempt to move the scoring rate up, perhaps. Parashurama has joined Shoebridge. And again, another quick single. This is smart play from Malahide. Wickets have fallen as players have attempted to take on the big hit without success. This time straying down the leg side, and it's beaten the fielder and runs away to the fence. And that will bring 80 up for Malahide. Takes Cameron Shoebridge into double figures. Oh, dead ball. Oh, that's clubbed away, deservedly so. Big fat full toss from Tucker, powered away to the boundary. And that's been his most expensive over. That's the end of his ninth. Just full toss. No, it's just a full toss. So, whilst we see the introduction of off spin from the nursery end with Bruce Whaley coming on to bowl, there is the Malahide card. And these two really need to do something special here. Neil Boyne listed to come in at 11. So if he does get 99 not out, that will be quite amazing. Putting my headphones back on, as much for the warmth as anything else. So Bruce Whaley from the nursery end. Batsman gets a free look at that one. Bruce Whaley, as I said, he's currently second in the chase for the Spud. 3 behind Luke Murray before today. This one just too much on the body. He turned on it quite successfully, just played it round the corner for a single. That brings Shoebridge onto strike. Bruce Whaley, 34 wickets at under 20. Another one that's just a bit short. The man on the fence will bring that back. His best bowling so far this season. 4 for 66. 23 matches played. This one is played out to the cover boundary. The fielder has it covered. Cameron Shoebridge, over 200 runs this year. Highest score of 63 before today. .48 is the highest score for Ajath Parashurama. 28 overs gone, 87 for 5. Bruce Whaley's first over, just costing the 3 singles. And now Tucker to begin his final over today. Bowling 10 through on the trot. Well, that's short and wide. Gets away with that one. Tucker now up to 21 wickets for the season. Two-dot balls. Then just a single played out in the offside. Lovely shades of green out there today, various different shades. In fact, when we were here on Thursday covering the water polo, otherwise known as the Women's Firsts T10 versus Merion, you could actually see the outfield changing colour with the rain falling. It really did go from sort of almost a light brown water-starved grass up Tucker picks up another one. Shoebridge with an ill-judged attempt to lift one down to cow corner. Missed the delivery. It went on to hit the stumps. And that's the 6th wicket down with 88 on the board. Well, here is this wicket-taking delivery again. Just straightened up, beat the batsman and through to the stumps. Well, that leaves Malahide's card looking like this. Just 3 more batsmen to come in, including the fan favourite Neil Boyne, Dermot Burke, and Oliver Manx. One of them has now joined Rajath Parashurama. It is Burke. Just the 10 extras so far. It's a good performance from Pembroke. Left-handed batsman. So Tucker, with 1 ball remaining, now decides to go over the wicket, which means the sight screen will be moved for 1 delivery. Well, 1 delivery. And it's kept out. It's the end of Tucker's spell. He ends up with 4 for 39. A successful spell, successful day for him. And he's put Pembroke in a very strong position. 88 for 6 after 29 overs. 21 overs remaining in this innings. And the question is whether Malahide will see out those 21 overs and will they get a stand at some stage. Just 88 runs being scored, just a tad over 3 and over. Sight screen at the far end now being the one being moved. Nyla's got the pitch a bit straighter, and there, no, there, yep, that will do. Whaley angling in on the pads. Burke keeping that one out. Get through for the single. Signalled as a bye. Sight screen moves again. This one's sliding down the leg side, signalled as a wide. Another boundary for Malahide. Parashurama taking Whaley on. Too much air, and the full toss just powered away through extra cover, ending up over in the bushes. Better delivery on this occasion. Just punched out the offside. That ends the over. Bruce Whaley now. Oh, one to come. And another one to come. Malahide's first target at this stage will be to get to the 100. I think they're aware at the moment that they've got to take this in little steps. Burke, the batsman, just feeling his lower back there. Perhaps a little twinge. And now with Tucker having completed his 10 overs, we're going to see more spin with the introduction of McDara Cosgrave.
It's the left-handed batsman that's the problem. Around to the right-hander. That's not too bad now. It's wrong. But
Derek quietly getting around his business. The batsman just lets that one go through to Greg Hollins. And another over, bookend by 2 singles. And spin continues now. Bruce Whaley from the nursery end. It's majority blue sky at the moment. The crowd has multiplied from the 3 we mentioned earlier. I think it's at least doubled, if not more. Tripled, perhaps. And the bar not yet open. 99 for 6 after 31 overs. Nice length ball from Whaley. Burke doing well just to keep that one out. Turning away from the edge of the bat. Lovely delivery. Through to the keeper, despite the flashing blade of the batsman. course, joining in with the live chat at the moment. Hope you're still with us, Jim, and that it's a beautiful Philadelphia morning. This one outside, off, punched away past square. Pat Carthy opting to stay on the one side. End of another over. Largely uneventful, just the one single coming off that final delivery. Parashurama has moved on to 11. Burke on 2. Well, the scorers look comfortable. They're bathed in sunshine.
Sunshine and shelter.
From the wind. Yeah, they're in the ideal spot there. Wigan went the other way. We've got no sunshine and the wind. Punch down the ground. There'll be no single taken on this occasion. Looking to hit the ball right under the eye line. Played away in the offside, just a single. Oh, no single taken rather. Another dot ball, another good over for Pembroke. That run rate still stubbornly stuck on 3.0 something. That may just move it. Very blue today. I'm starting to think of President O'Riordan like Imelda Marcos. Seems to be another bright pair of shoes every day. This one is lifted out on the leg side. The fielder is out there, can prevent the boundary. For all the ups and downs of my voice there, it's just another single. But for a moment it looked like it might carry down to the fielder. Then it looked like it might beat the fielder. Now, come on McDarragh. Get out the left-hander. They take the single to the fielder on the ring. End of the over, 102, 103 for 6. Let's see how this Malahide innings has progressed. See a couple of big overs there recently. Slip in place for McDarragh now. For Bruce Whaley. And it is McDarragh who's putting his jumper back on. Umpire holding up play until he does so. The 34th over now. I'm okay. Again, it's just the breeze. I could do with being in the shade all the time, and I understand that, and that's if the cost of staying dry when it's raining is occasionally to be in the shade when it's sunny, then that's a trade-off I'm willing to make. Yeah. Well, they're calling for 2 this time. Are they going to take on the arm? No, they're not, and perhaps wisely too. Ah, the flag is free again. There it is. Whoever tied that up. There's too much slack on the bottom rope, that's the problem. It can get away from the rope by too much. Look, between innings we might go and have a look at that and see if we can't fix it properly. Yeah. Just cut away on the offside. This time they are determined to take the two. They decide not to. A late call not to. Ah. Okay, that works then. When I saw you putting it on and the feet were covered, I was kind of like, oh, that's got to be a bit sort of, A, it's going to wear out quite quickly. Yeah, it's still going to wear out on that sort of stuff, but on grass it's fine. Yeah. Niall and I just comparing methods of staying warm here today. Niall is fetching all-in-one neon blue Maggie Simpson coat. Coat doesn't do it justice. Oh, through to the keeper. It's a boiler suit, for want of a better word, made out of a duvet. Best description. Full toss, just played back to the bowler on this occasion, stinging the hands, and I don't blame him. Got to try and keep your hands warm out there today. Six for six. As I say, Malahide should be chasing this in just little chunks now. Not feeling that they're aiming at 200 or such like. That's a beautiful shot. Proper cricket shot, just played away, stroke through the offside, runs away for 4. And that brings up 110. Just left outside off. And a beautiful shot puts it away. 1010. 1010. What am I like? 110 for 6. Pembroke will still be the happier of the two teams. Malahide top order back in the hutch. Pembroke whipping through these overs now. 2 o'clock. 2 hours done. 35 overs gone. They did start 5 minutes early, but we won't penalise them for that. But they're going along at 17. Lifted out on the offside, super shot into Chapel corner. Bounces once and disappears off to the Chapel. And this is the shot. Just too wide, lifted without concern. This one goes round the corner. They take the single. This will bring the left-hander back on strike. Yeah, well, we'll put up with what we have. Scoring rate has gone up to 3 1/4. Oh, chopped back on, nearly onto the stumps. Quick discussion between the two bats. Still 14 and a half overs to go. You can see how much the wind is blowing the sight screen. This time they could possibly get that 2 they've called for. Oh, and the ball beats the fielder and makes it to the fence. 4 leg byes. Despite the efforts of the fielder, he just couldn't time. Eye-hand coordination here, just letting him down a little bit. Went down, went to scoop it, and it had gone past where he put his hand down to, and it reached the boundary without any further concern. Wind picking up a bit now. The single taken. These two doing a very good job of just edging that score onwards and upwards. 36 overs have been bowled. Two came together with the score on 88. Put on 33 now. And troublesome little partnership for Pembroke. They'll want to break it as soon as possible. This one just lifted over the fielder's hands. Whaley tries to... the sliding stop didn't stop the ball, and it just kept on running and found the boundary. Just over the fielder in the ring. And then Whaley looked to have it under control. Yeah, at this stage you'd think he had it for all money, and again 2 hands missing the ball, and it runs to the boundary. An exasperation for the fielder and very much for the bowler too. .125 on the board now. And the run rate getting up close to 3.5. Current run rate suggests final total around 175. I'm sure Malahide would love nothing more than to get it over 200. Pembroke, of course, would just love it to be over in 4 balls and take those outstanding wickets. Yeah. When the wind... Lovely delivery, well taken by the keeper. Removes the bails, more out of mischief than in serious intent. .37 overs gone. Score has moved on to 126 for 6. Things going quite well here now, and it's a change of bowling at the nursery end. Joe Prendergast to bring his particular brand of right arm over, medium fast. Joe relies more on accuracy than outright pace. Ray Collins standing up. Pembroke's just easing himself into the over. Just the single taken. Well, to those of you who are hearing piano music in the background, as I am, we have no idea where it's coming from. We're assuming the RDS. As Prendergast forces another one to thud into the gloves of the keeper. Glad it wasn't just me then. Prendergast straight away, slotting in. Nothing loose so far. He did bowl that wide, but yeah, sure, it was his first over, so as much as we'd love him to not bowl that wide, another one goes past the flashing drive of Burke. 24, 0, 8, 17, 15, and now biggest partnership of the innings. It's quite Moon Safari-ish. And another dot ball to finish off Prendergast's first over. One wide, one off the bat, followed up by 5 dots. And the score has moved on to 128 for 6, and there are just 12 overs remaining now. Well, with the time now, 2:15. We'll expect to see a member of the bar staff. Well, sight screen undergoing some modification to the right-hander's desires. And this one's lifted in the air down towards us. And goes all the way for the maximum. There it is, lifted down towards us. The batsman hardly needs to take a step. And one bounce, and President O'Riordan.
Did he signal 6? 6 or 4? Okay.
Well, that's beaten everybody. You can see the angle it's going off at. It makes it to the boundary, and that really is harsh. 4 byes, 138 for 6. And that one turned a long way. No wonder it beat batsman and keeper. This one lifted again, this time on the offside. Another 6 signalled. Parashurama has decided he's going to take on. Well, this one pushed in a bit quicker. They take the single, brings Burke onto strike. These two doing an absolutely fabulous job now. They've put on 56 together. That concludes the over. And they could at least put the sight screen back. Well, there is the partnership, 57 between these two. There's been a few extras in that partnership as well. The batsman between them has scored 41. In the car park, I think there's a bin. Thank you very much. Back to the scoreboard. You can see the breeze now, how it's affecting the sight screen. Your picture a little bit shaky. We hope that that wind will drop away soon enough. You can see the ripples in the Malahide batter, demonstrating just how breezy it is out there at the moment. But by far the biggest indication is the rocking of the camera attached to the sight screen. Another dot ball for Joe Prendergast. Joe, of course, who missed a fair chunk of the season in the middle. Still managed 23 matches this year. Not quite the success of previous years. He's taken 12 wickets. Basically a run a ball. A bit of a disrupted season for Joe. These two have now put on 60, and they've brought Malahide 88 for 6 to 148 for 6, and they've done superbly well. Nothing over the top. Parashurama has become a bit more aggressive recently. He's scoring it over a run a ball, but Burke is providing absolute superb assistance. He may only have 15 runs, but he's been out there for 47 deliveries now. And he's made sure that I wouldn't have blamed Burke if he just stepped away there. Prendergast's run up beginning well before the batsman was set. Well, the reaction of bowler, you'd think that was an edge that was just put down by the keeper. We'll see now. No. We'll see now as bowler and wicketkeeper exchange low fives. Afternoon.
This is Sophie.
No, there's a cane.
Might give him a throw.
Better for you? Oh, lifted away, and it's straight into safe pair of hands on the boundary. Parashurama, he'd enjoyed the previous over against McDarragh. He thought he was going to continue, but instead he departs for 34. The score now 148 for 7, and Pembroke break that partnership. A partnership of 60. We always say there's going to be one, and that's the one that was there. 148 for 7, partnership of 60, and Parashurama, he departs and leaves Burke with a new partner to come and join him. 41st over, we're into the last 10. You can understand why Malahide's starting to wield the willow. However, on this occasion, not with a great effect, except to find the fielder on the fence. Here is the delivery from wide of the crease. It just came back enough. The batsman was onto it a little early, tried to muscle it over the fielder, but instead the fielder didn't have to move one step, and right in front of the spectators for a great piece of action for them. Singing as well now. I can assure you it's nobody here at the ground. Afternoon. Afternoon, Jake. So did you watch Jake's stint?
Yeah.
Jake, who did all of the commentating for the second innings of the women's first game on Thursday. What a magnificent job he did too. Oliver Manx is the next man in. He's faced his first delivery. And he faces the second one with the same caution and care and attention. Dara Cosgrave, he's 19 wickets for the season now, thanks to that catch out on the boundary. Catch taken by Zach McCabe. Signalled as a dead ball. The batsman will be asked to return. No shot offered.
No attempt to base the match.
Doesn't sound too bad. The ET mask seems to work. $148 for 7 then. 41 overs gone. Joe Prendergast to continue.
Going.
26 extras so far. Pembroke searching for 3 more wickets. Nice straight bat from Burke. He has shown solid defence. He's been out there, faced 51 deliveries now. Not the highest strike rate in the world, but he's done a good job for Malahide. Part of that 60 partnership for the 7th wicket. Oh, and that's just unfortunate. coming in to field it, foot connected before the hand. Lets them through for the single. It will bring Manx on strike. Another viewer, I suspect from the Malahide camp, has contributed to the live chat. Raj Kumar Talan. Of course, next Sunday, the seconds will be in the Tulane Cup final. That will be on after the YM Salva final. Both of those taking place in Observatory Lane over in Rathmines, Dublin 6. That 150 for Malahide still elusive, with just a single coming from Prendergast's over. 3 overs, 0 for 6. And after 42 overs, 149 for 7. Yeah. Well, normally when we get music in the background here, it's from some massive concert in the RDS or the Aviva. Through for the single, and that does bring up the 150 for Malahide. A total that would have seen beyond them when they saw the scoreboard at 88 for 6. But Burke has played a full part in getting Malahide up to that 150. Seven bowlers used by Pembroke today. Just take the 2. There's a good bit of teamwork on the sidelines. Ensures that a third would have been unwise. 7 bowlers. 2 Murrays, Tucker, Berry, Whaley, Cosgrave and Prendergast. Tucker being the most successful today, 4 for 39 from his 10 overs. But the other wicket takers, Dan Murray, Mark Berry, McDarragh Cosgrave. Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be the last time you heard such sort of music. Although Oak Hill was more likely to be Megadeth or something like that.
Guitar.
Yes.
Electric piano. Yeah.
Prendergast from the nursery end once more. Played away. Square leg. And they get back for the 2. It was helter skelter running. They were determined to do it, and they managed it quite nicely. And I'll be back in just a minute.
Joey.
57 for 7, 4 overs remaining. Well, there would have been a stage where you wouldn't have thought we were going to see all 50 overs. In fairness to Pembroke, they've kept spin going for quite a while now. Since those first 10 overs, I'd hazard a guess that we could say that there's been spin on at least one end since then. Single taken on 58 for 7. A runner ball would get them to 181. We were talking earlier about a figure of around 175, but at least Malahide now have a total that their bowlers can have a go at. Hoiked out towards Cow. There is a fielder out on the fence there. Just pulled down the ground for a single. Good over from McDarrett. Manx looking to put that one down to us here at commentary corner. This one clipped around off the pads, but there's a man in the field there. That ends the over. 160 gone. 160 rather scored. 7 wickets down and just 3 overs remaining. I think there's a license to swing the bat now, even with 7 wickets down. Just 3 overs to go, and there are 3 wickets.
Is somebody getting pictures of this? He's like a teddy bear. Big neon blue teddy bear.
Prendergast comes in, hits straight back down. The fielder at mid-off gets across and prevents anything more than a single. Trying to get that one away. He's been out there for 26 delivery, 27 deliveries now. Well, looks like a chance not taken again. that was hands knocking it to the ground from the start. Laid out on the onside. Just be a single. Fielder in the ring does his job. So it may have been a chance, but it was a sharp chance, and
And I think Joe did exactly the right thing of self-preservation first and attempt the catch second. So
Just trying to throw his hands towards where the ball might be to start. And
yeah,
by the time he done that, it hit them.
it was certainly travelling. Some changes in the field. Slower ball from Prendergast. And Burke just plays it out in the offside and scampers through to take him on to 24. He's had a good day. He was a good partner earlier on. The junior partner in the partnership of 60. So he's been out there for nearly, well, certainly 75 runs at this stage. Cut away on the offside, it will clear everybody in the ring and it will make its way to the boundary. And that's 4 welcome runs for Malahide. Takes them up to 167. And Prendergast, 6 overs. Well, he's only gone for 17 in those 6 overs. He's doing a good job of keeping the run rate down, despite that one flying away to the boundary. Two overs now to the break. One of them will be McDarragh Cosgrave. He's going to continue from the St John's end. Skipper deciding not to go back to the Murray brothers, the openers of this innings, but sticking with the spin. I get the feeling there's a touch of the mind the windows Tino about this over. Feeling Burke is going to want to get on with it with just 2 overs to go. And already you can see the frustration in the batsman, feeling he missed out on that one, feeling that he should have got more from it. This one pulled in short, it's played away on the offside, and Bruce Whaley does the tidying up and they just pick up a single. Well, still no sign of the bar opening. As this one is slammed down the ground for a single to Bruce Whaley. Burke thought about calling through for the second, wasn't to be. Yeah. Over and a half to go now. 169 for 7. Hollins sharp as always. I don't think you're going to get that replay in. Comes down the track again. Turns, looks for the second. It's not to be on. Last 2 balls of his spell for McDarragh. 1 for 37 so far. Love to keep that below 40, wouldn't he? Ball in the air nice and quickly from Whaley. Prevents the second. The sort of last over's frantic second. Wasn't to be on this occasion. And the final over will begin. Well, fair play to Malahide. They didn't look like they were going to bat the 50. They've dug themselves rather out of a hole. Sight screen workers now off duty. 71 for 7 going into the last over, which will be bowled by Joe Prendergast. He's been going at under 3. And Malahide in total have only been going along at 3.5. Slower ball outside off, should have left it alone, would have got the wide and the extra delivery. Instead they pick up a single, so I think Pembroke will be the happier after that first ball. Burke now on to strike. Looking behind on the leg side. There is a man, short leg. Instead it's pushed down the ground. Just a single. Brings Manx back on strike. 173 for 7. Burke has done a fabulous job for his side today. 27 from 71. But most importantly is the 71. He has occupied the crease. And 2 taken straight down the ground on this occasion. The fielder having to make some distance to cover the ground to reach the ball. You get the feeling that is the stage of the innings we're at now. It's big swings. You won't lose it. Oh, the catch. Simplest to catch. Put down. He's going to be disappointed with that. See you later. And 1 ball remaining. Well, 1 ball. Played away on the offside, returned underarm, and the innings ends with a whimper, not a crash. And this was it, the penultimate ball cut away. And I bet he can't believe he didn't take that. It's the knee getting involved, hands and knees together. So, Malahide have reached, I think, did they get a single off the last one? 178 for 7 off their 50 overs. And we'll now take a short break and we'll come back for the second innings.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Sydney Parade on this sunny Saturday afternoon. We're here for a second 11 Premiership game between Pembroke and Malahide. Pembroke were in the field for the first innings, and they restricted Malahide to 178 for 8. For 7 rather, in 50 overs, and now we'll be chasing a total of 179 in their 50 allocated overs, just over 3.5 an over. And there you go, the switch over in the live scoring to the second innings, and you can see that Pembroke seconds at the bottom of your screen need 179 from 50 overs at 3.58 and over. Opening the batting for Pembroke, Dermot Tucker and McDarragh Cosgrave. The yellow and green of Malahide adding to the colour in the field, the blue of the umpires, the neon blue of our director. Seagull just about staying out of shot as we look to get this second innings underway. Tucker it is, facing the first delivery. You can hear the American football coming all the way from the Aviva. Parashurama, it is opening the bowling from the nursery end. How picturesque that view across the ground is. And Pembroke off the mark. Get back for a second. And in fact, Pembroke will earn 3 for 3 wides. Dart. Another shade of green slips through towards Sandymount Station and beyond. That's wide, and as a result, gets punished, hit down the ground. It won't reach the rope. A nice bit of fielding keeps it inside, but they will take 3. And there we go now. Uncle Sam is in the building. Just run down to third. Another single. That's the college band. Continue whipping the crowd into a frenzy before the game. Perhaps it's half time, I'm not sure. Sure somebody out there will let us know. The other one just played away into the gully. No single taken. Well, the last 3 balls, dot balls, the runs having come from the first 3. 7 off the first over, Pembroke underway. You'd think this game was actually taking place in West Philadelphia. The music coming down from the Aviva. Malahide opening with J. Toole. Started with a loosener. Georgia Tech are playing Florida State. That one driven down the ground, latching onto it so quickly. 4, and it just keeps on running. There'll be a minute or 2 fetching that back. On length, just lifted it over the ring, and then its momentum carried it well past the rope. As I say, will just be a minute fetching that one back, and I suspect that there may be a change in the field here now. Rather than trying to keep the pressure on, already forced the bowler into a defensive mode. Man back on the boundary, still inside the power play, of course, plenty of time for that. The other man square, deep square leg. They're the 2 outside the ring. You get the feeling you may see a reverse or 2 here. Thrown around. Just played out on the onside. They'll take the single. That will end Toole's first over. Just the 7 runs coming from it. The score after 2 has moved on to 14 without loss. A few people walking into the ground now. Some more optimistic about the weather than others. Fine red pair of shorts racing past your screen. Visitor Malahide in their canary yellow, of course. Guaranteed to brighten up any ground.
past the off stump without hindrance. "16 wickets for the season so far." And gets through the keeper's gloves, goes down to third. Signalled as wide. That's certainly outside the blue line. Keeper did well to get anything there, really. Well, one goes down the leg side, helped on its way by McDara Cosgrave. And he gets the finish of edges through to the keeper. The umpire agrees with the bowler, gives him out. And he is on his way for just 6. And the first wicket falls with just 17 on the board. Yeah, I'm not sure you'd have an answer still, no matter how much frame by frame, pixel by pixel. But the umpire gives the decision. Dara Cosgrave is on his way, and Pembroke have lost their first wicket in pursuit of the 179 they require for victory. Strong breeze across the ground today. Best spot for you is against the wall. Those against the wall look very comfy in short sleeves, some of them. Left-handed Zach McCabe comes to the crease. Of course, they'll all be black screens from now on, won't they? No more white and red ball cricket. I don't know. But, yeah, that will be the final. Big drive from McCabe. It was the shot that brought the appeal, rather than any great belief that he had in fact edged it. Oh, as the band starts up again. Oh! Well, that's one of the more unusual deliveries. Chasing a wide one. You can put your hands on your hips all you like, sir. It was outside that blue line. It's faint blue line, but I can see the blue line nevertheless. And if I can see it, I'm pretty sure the umpire can as well. Sounds like a good night down in Queensland anyway. Sure they're still with us. Our viewer in Philadelphia, not too far away from the area I knew. Slower ball. Well, Zach McCabe entering into the spirit of which that ball was delivered. And it ended up just going through to the keeper. So 1 wicket down after 3 overs, but Pembroke going along at a runner ball. And we'll see how the rest of this chase goes now. Gentlemen. All to continue, it seems, from the St John's end. If you are watching today and you fancy having one of the ends named after you, contact our advertising department. Afraid I'm no longer on Twitter. Finally reached a point where I no longer wish to be a product for Mr. Musk. I am now on Threads and on Facebook, MySpace and Bebo. Cut away on the offside, threaded between 2 fielders. They will get to it before it reaches the rope. And that fielding does save a run. My understanding at the moment is that Pembroke Cricket Club are in need of somebody to take on the role of social media. Oh, big hit, but it's only gone up in the air. There is a fielder underneath it, and that is the 2nd wicket to fall, and Dermot Tucker falls for 6. And Pembroke are starting to make this chase look more difficult than one thought it should have been. 2 wickets down, 20 runs on the board. We're in the 4th over. Well, he steadied himself, got his platform absolutely spot on, and our hands nice and high. No, he said himself. Okay, he had to move slightly to the right in his stance, but he didn't have to change his stance. He was well balanced, and he took the catch very well indeed. Something happening within rugby union in the England camp. Felix Jones has quit part of the coaching team there, and I believe strength and conditioning guy has quit too. Well, purely from a selfish point of view, one hopes that Greg Hollins is very happy with the IRFU setup and isn't tempted into applying elsewhere. Tools to continue then. He's taken his 1st wicket, and it definitely seems that spin is the order of the day. Well forward to that one. Pembroke just need to steady the ship here, and no better man for this job than Joe Prendergast. Determination, unwillingness to give up his wicket. Four overs gone then, 21 for 2. More traffic going up and down the railway line. What a boon that has been since it was built back in the 19th century. One stage. Oh. Yes, Tanny and Kieran were tuned in earlier on. Saw the two of us on camera. Well, by hook or by crook, Pembroke get the single. Yes. It has kept the skies relatively cloud free. They've certainly broken cloud. Parashurama in again. Kept out on this occasion by Prendergast. Nothing wrong with the run rate for Pembroke. It's just losing wickets. 22 for 2 now. That one still a bit of movement in the ball. Well, there's never a run there. The way that breeze is coming in on my neck has that sort of feeling that you wake up in the morning and can't look to your left because you've had a muscle out in the cold all night and it's just frozen. Could it be we're re-entering the snood weather time of year? Certainly wore a snood April well into May. Did we have a summer this year? I don't remember one. Oh, that's just a poor delivery. And it was dispatched with aplomb onto it so quickly. Not trying to overhit, just lifting it past the ring, taking advantage of the free hit that ball represented. Nice shot for Joe. Gets him underway. And this time he carves it away again. More runs, 6 this time, an expensive delivery. What a good start to the over this has been for Pembroke and especially for Joe Prendergast. One hopes now that satisfies his lust for big hits and he sticks around for a while. But he has moved on to 10 from just 8 deliveries. And all 10 runs coming from the last delivery. Well, with the ball in the gardens, Malahide having to fetch another. 33 for 2 off 5. Run rate is in excess of a runner ball. which is well above where Pembroke need to be. But again, Prendergast was offered the juicy beamer outside off, which he dispatched for 4, and then from the free hit he loosened the arms and undercut one into the gardens beautifully. Just a few discussions going on now between captain and bowler. Well, a few changes to the field now. Still inside the power play. First slip warming up. Letting the captain know he's all ready and raring. One for 10 from his 2 overs. Tall this time to the left-hander, coming over the wicket. Nicely cut away down towards the clubhouse. The fielder will do well to stop that, and he can't, and it crosses the road. McCabe moves on to 5. Well, so at this stage he felt that the fielder wasn't going to get there. Valiant effort, but there's no way he was going to stop that one. It's gone. Much better delivery from Toole. If you saw Niall and myself today, you'd assume that we were covering cricket from Estonia, Finland. Not the case. Far fuller swing of the bat brings no extra run. Snip really determined to show his arms are loose now. Be looking to come on very shortly. You can hear the wind whipping across the microphones. McCabe goes big and long, and there is a fielder after it, but he's not going to get there before it reaches terra firma. And McCabe kind of gets away with one, picks up another 2. Just getting a little bit too far underneath it, not really coming forward onto the ball. That's what left it hanging in the air for so long. .39 for 2 then after 6 overs. Tools 3 overs now, 16. He's picked up that 1 wicket. It is quite a cool one here today.
It's all right once you're hitting out of the wind.
Yeah. No, we're not. Cameron Shoebridge on at the nursery end. I do like it when the dart is going past as the bowler's running up. It adds a certain musical score to the pictures in front of you. Of course, for some bowlers it'd be more appropriate if it was a steam train. A big long blast of the whistle at the end. McCabe now, the left-hander to face. Shoebridge coming around the wicket, attacking that off stump, making McCabe play. Next Saturday, of course, the 31st, sees the Pembroke dinner. I can tell you here and now, there is not a ticket to be had for love nor money. I believe they're changing hands at the moment on the black market. And then the following Saturday to that, the 7th of September, will be the awards night. We hope that everybody can attend. Seven overs gone now, 40 for 2. These two came together with the score on 20. They've seen that score double now. Joe Prendergast doing a fabulous job with the sight screen, putting it right back, and now you watch Niall, he will just nudge it round the corner. A bit like Joe, really. Jonathan Toole going into his 4th over now. His first 3 having cost 16, and he has picked up a wicket. Smartly taken single. Andy Balbirnie walking across the SMC print and design sign. As I say, many congratulations to Steve. That really does stand out well on your screen. You can see just how much the wind is blowing. McCabe. Run out at the non-striker's end and that is the end of Joe Prendergast. And that is most unfortunate. That's one that Niall will probably want to get up on replay. I don't know if he can or not. But my goodness. Crash back, and the bowler getting a touch. And Joe Prendergast is on his way for just 12. Run out in the most unfortunate way possible. He looks back down to the scoreboard with perhaps a little regret. Well, there wasn't much he could do there. Toole had got down, got his fingers to the ball, it crashed into the stumps. He knew immediately he was short of his ground. His only hope was that the umpire hadn't seen, but he was right in front of Pat Carthy, and Pat Carthy, the all-seeing umpire, he sent Joe on his way, having given Joe sufficient time to have made his own way off. He sent him on his way. Third wicket falls with the score on just 41. Well, Malahide batting, they were 48 before they were 3 down. In fact, they were 48 for 1 and 48 for 3. Pembroke, well, they're 3 down already. Greg Hollins comes to the middle. Nice bit of fielding, prevents even a single. Good, loud, sensible call from Hollins. And that ends a successful over for Malahide. Pembroke after 8 overs, 41 for 3. Malahide would have felt that they were very much behind the 8 ball, having only scored 178 for 7 in their 50 overs. But by having knocked over 3 of the Pembroke wickets already, they're showing they're very much in this game. Still inside the power play, of course. As new music enters the building. Plenty of police activity down on the Strand Road, it would appear. Hollins very determined there was to be no run there. What's the betting? The man walking along the back wall doesn't know cricket. Easier just to let him go than it is to stop and try and explain. But he does clear the sight screen. The play resumes. Hollins with another straight, steady bat, keeping that one out. Again, we've said it all season, this does appear to be a wicket where you really need to get yourself in. Just lets that one go through to the keeper. 2 balls remaining in the over. Looks like Hollins' first priority at the moment is to see things through the power play. He knows that the Malahide skipper's liable to change one, if not both, of these bowlers. Once we've got through that power play. Nice shot on the offside, no run taken on this occasion. Good crisp calling again from Hollins. Well, that one flies away. Reaches the rope. Somewhat fortunate way to get off the mark. But if you're going to flash, flash hard. There it is. Flies away through the vacant area. And nobody's cutting that off. Well, another 4 runs. Takes Pembroke up to 45 for 3 off 9. Hollins off the mark with, well, what one might say, a bit streaky. But he is off the mark nevertheless and will feel happier for it. One of those shots that could convince you it's going to be your day. Or it just lulls you into a false sense of security. Hollins determined not to fall to the same fate as Prendergast. Nicely cut away behind square. The fielder will pick it up surely. They'll get through for a second. Oh, we're nearly at the stage where both teams have seen the same score. Not out from Pat Carthy. And again, how often you get an LBW turned down and the next ball disappears for 4. This one does as well. Straight back past the bowler. Brings the 50 up for Pembroke. And that chase going very nicely. 51 for 3 now. A bit more positive position for Pembroke. Zach McCabe has moved on to 13. Nice pick up in the field. No attempt at a single to be taken there. Greg Collins ranking 10th in the Pembroke run makers at the moment. He has century and 450s in his total of 444 before today.
No idea, it was like that. It's been like that last 2 weeks. I don't know why.
Well, now's the time to start mentioning things to Amanda like, do you remember that spice bag you had? They had other nice things on the menu as well, didn't they? Well kept out by Hollins, by McCabe rather. McCabe the left-hander. McCabe trying to push that one through extra cover. Didn't really get enough of it. Footwork wasn't across to it. Even in the replay of the shot, he doesn't really move his feet the way he'd like to. However, I'm not going to argue with a man who has $100, 450s and 506 runs. I think, if anything, I should be knocking down his door and asking him to show me how to bat. Well, that got returned to Shoebridge quite quickly. Crowd has built up now. It's to be counted in the dozens. Good ball through to the keeper. Another dot. There's definitely a car radio in the car park. That's not the Aviva. Played away on the offside. Now called a no from the non-striker. A very definitive call. Nicely kept out. There's no rush here for Pembroke. Required rate only 3 1/4. No need for anything too drastic. Now we'll have a look at the batting card for Pembroke and see just how properly. There it is, 3 wickets to fall. The unluckiest of whom was Joe Prendergast, who was run out at the non-striker's end as the ball was powered back through Jonathan Toole's hands and onto the stumps. And Pembroke still require another 127 in 39 overs. Let's see how that chase continues. Toole still at the St John's end. Hollands plays him away firmly, but just plays him away nevertheless. Again, played away on the offside. Well, that's the ball and the shot that Toole was looking for. Hollins looking to take it downtown. End up just getting an inside edge. Well, that's well outside off. The umpire doesn't even flinch when the umpire... Sorry, the bowler didn't even flinch when the umpire signalled the wide. Another welcome run for Pembroke. And this one tucked away to square leg. They get through for the single. Another one driven down the ground, driven far away for 4. Fielder, I don't think, picked that up at all. Well, it elicited a laugh from Niall. That'll be worth another watch, so. And the fielder goes, what, me? Well, it was out of his range anyway, and it disappeared away to the boundary. 4 more runs for Zach McCabe. 4 more runs for Pembroke. The score moves on to 58 for 3. That's 12 overs gone. 58 for 3. Looks like they're enjoying themselves in the middle there at the moment. Number 3, number 5 out there together. They'll be looking to just slowly pick on the bad balls, keep out the good balls. And that should be enough to see them to their target, which is just 121 runs away. The wind, well, it's still rushing across the ground here at Sydney Parade. There are bright skies around. Unfortunately, at the moment, the cloud is playing hide and seek with us. And as Hollins plays a slightly more expansive shot than perhaps the chat between overs would merit. Shoebridge, he's only conceded 5 runs in 19 deliveries. And there is the 6th run conceded. Hollins just dropping one on the offside with a lack of pace that gave him sufficient time to call yes and make it to the other end. McCabe to face now, left-hander, and of course the field changes. Sight screen has to be moved again.
Yeah, I know. With college and all.
Well, Pembroke players certainly keeping themselves matched fit with the amount of times they're having to move the sight screens. Sight screen pullers at this far end, at this closer end, St John's end, currently playing Stumpy. Just miss out, another run up based on the noise of the dart. 60 for 3. That's that one slide through to the keeper. One ball remaining. Shoebridge's 4th over, which is the 13th overall. Outside the power play now. Still the only two men outside the circle as Malahide go in search of wickets. Appears to be long leg and third. And that is the end of Shoebridge's 4th over. Scores moved on 60 for 3 off 12.5. 13 overs of this reply from Pembroke to Malahide. 178 for 7 continues. Sun has returned. You can see the shadows on the pitch. We're at that stage of year now. No longer the short shadows of June and July. Change of bowling tool now coming off. And Boyne, who never got to show us his prowess with the bat, he's now coming on at the St John's end. Thanks to those of you around the world and indeed around the country and around the city who have tuned in today. See this second 11 Premiership game as Pembroke do their best to hang on to the coattails of the teams above them. At the end of this over from Boyne, we might have a look around the grounds. Really trying to get some revs on the ball on that occasion. And McCabe stepping back to give himself some room, but he can't find the gap. So the fielder takes the ball quite cleanly. Well, he attempted to give that one a bit more air, and all he did was give it a bit more room. And Zach McCabe was on it straight away, driven down the ground. Once he got past Boyne, there was nothing going to stop it reaching the boundary. It's the first scoring shot from his bowling. 4 off the over, 4 off the last ball. 64 for 3, 14 overs now gone. Well, 11 overs till drinks, at which stage Pembroke would love to still be there with 3 wickets in hand. Looks like a further change of bowling. Cameron Shoebridge has put in a good stint there. Four overs for Shoebridge. Only went for 7 runs, included a maiden. Now, well, we saw him effective with the bat earlier on. Dermot Burke will be the 5th bowler. Used by this Malahide side in pursuit of wickets. Now they've picked up 3 already. And of nothing more than for Burke to make a breakthrough here. Well, enough to take that one again. Pembroke will gratefully receive their 65th run of this chase. Full toss, hit down the ground. The fielder doesn't quite get his hands to it. Does slow it up, but he won't prevent 2. Now, you can look at that one of 2 ways. 2 runs saved or 2 runs given away. Either way, takes the score on to 67. Hollins moves on to 8. And he's providing the sort of innings that really I thought we'd see from Prendergast before he was horrifically run out by complete misfortune. Hollins again keeps out the good ball. All Pembroke need to do at the moment. Bouncer. It's the first one we've seen today. 1 for the over. Good height. Hollins wanted to take it on all the same. Another short ball. Dot ball. Some intent from Hollins once he saw the line. Didn't make contact. Zach McCabe, he's been in for 40 deliveries now. That's the sort of mark we talk about when we say, you know, get yourself in, see the bounce. At this stage the ball will be looking just that bit bigger to him. That one's wide. Umpire lets it go. End of the over. 67 for 3 from 15 overs. That would seem an opportune time to show you the cards. Here is the Pembroke batting to date. These two really having to do a bit of work to rebuild things. Zach McCabe standing tall, and everybody else, well, let's say there's potential to come. There is the Malahide bowling. Success up top. But since then, it's been about keeping it tight. Boyne getting one just to carry on. Batsman playing inside it. This will be an interesting battle of left-handers. Really nice day along the wall now. So a pint or two may have been ordered at this stage. Screen to be moved again. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. You see you have wires. Niall's going to be heading off there shortly, one can guess. We'll reduce down to just this camera for the time being while Niall goes and finds a solution. As Hollins goes big onto Cyril's way. That's a lovely shot. It just releases some of the pressure, knowing that you can just pick up 6 runs like so. Well, making a mess of Boyne's figures as well. 2 overs for 11, still very good. Would have been much better, 2 overs for 5. Pembroke still require 105. They do have 34 overs in which to get them. And the run rate required just a smidge over 3. They don't have to panic. They don't have to go chasing good balls. They can just pick up their runs as they're on offer. And that will probably be enough to see them home at this stage. Malahide, on the other hand, they need 7 wickets. That's basically the bottom line for them. Another wide. 75 for 3. Still, those 34 overs possible. Don't think we'll need quite that many. Once again, many thanks to those of you who have tuned in today to this Pembroke Cricket Live on YouTube game. Short ball this time. McCabe gets round on it. The man at long leg prevents the boundary, but a single comes from the short delivery. Cracked through the offside. That's a lovely shot from Hollins. Brings him to 18, brings Pembroke up to 80, and that is possibly shot of the day from Greg Hollins for Pembroke. Tucked around, but a good loud call of no. Knowing, seeing it was going straight to the fielder. All right. So all we need now is a cooked chicken. Some cheese. This time just played away on the offside. They do go through for the single. Hollins alert to the chance to get down the other end, and he takes it. Well, as we mentioned earlier, these two came together when Pembroke were in a bit of doo-doo. They came together with the score on 41. It's now 81. They have put on 40, almost doubled the score between the two of them. And they're doing a good job at the moment. It's taking the pressure off the sideline. And McCabe pulls one. No fielder outside the ring. He found the gap, played it with enough power to find the fence. 4 more runs to McCabe. That will take him on to 29. And the score on to 85 for 3. And we'll just have a look at this partnership now. There it is, 44. Both there or thereabouts. Both making good contributions. See how much the wind is affecting that camera now. The whole sight screen is shaking by that much.
Black screen on our storage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Change the cable.
Yeah.
That was the extra bit of cable. Should have covered that.
Nicely played away by Hollins. He's moved on to 19. And this time the catch is taken. Hollins is on his way. He's made 19. He would have liked to have made a lot more. And the score now 85 for 4. And 17.1 overs. Boyne picks up his first wicket. And that is the end of Greg Hollins. Dan Murray, the new batsman. Well, hate to disillusion the person fielding, but it's actually 89 for 4. Okay, Pluck cuts one away nicely on the offside. Fielder chasing after it. He looks like he's going to get there. He gets to the ground, and they'll get through for 3. The ball eventually makes it back to the middle. Well, Pembroke now past halfway in their chase. 4 wickets down. Which would you rather have, your top 4 wickets or your bottom 6 wickets? Well, the way this Pembroke side is set up, still a fair bit of batting to come. Sunil Gupta. But at the moment, Dan Murray has come in at number 6. And he's made that position based on his work this season. 762 runs before today. 100 450s. And he's averaging 36 with that as well. Superb performance from the young lad. Himself and Luke really have made the breakthrough this year. Luke with the ball. Dan with bat and ball. Not to say Luke. Oh, flashing at one outside. Off. Wasn't to be on this occasion. Six overs to drinks now. Two for 4. Well, there is no DL up on the screen. Why would there be? Fossey's birthday today. It looks like he's had a good time there. Oh, Tammy, you spoke to Chunky. Oh. Rest assured, we miss you here. Okay, plays that one through the offside. Fielder is coming round. He's got a lot of room to make up. He does well. Gets down to it. Down to the ground, fetching it, but saves a couple of runs. Nice bit of fielding out in the deep. Helicopters up above. Suspect that's the Garda helicopter, keeping an eye on the Aviva. Again, hit through the offside. This time I suspect it will be a single. The fielder gets there a lot quicker this time. So it's getting moved again. Now we'll try and centre the strip for us. Well, that's much better anyway. Boyne goes round the wicket. Murray just digs that one out. Played away, safely done. Another over negotiated. 20 overs gone, and that would seem to be an apt time to bring up the worm. Gotta find it first. It's over at this stage. One. Well, Pembroke well ahead. You could say they're almost 10 overs ahead. But you can see later on that Malahide innings got a lift and carried on up to get to that score of 179. Sight screen being moved, you're not missing anything at the moment. And we'll just ask that worm to move aside and let us rejoin the action here at Sydney Parade. Okay, pays one down on the offside, beats the ring, but the fielder at third does his job, and that is to keep it down to just a single. Helicopter coming around for another lap, I'm sure. Looking down here and wondering what is going on. Looking down at the American football and knowing exactly what's going on. 96 for 4 then in the 21st over. As I say, Pembroke well ahead. Run rate required is dropping as well. That's down to 2 3/4. Good ball from Shoebridge. He's back on from the nursery end. Bowled a tidy line and length in his first spell. They've brought him back to try and break through this. They're hoping to get through to, say, a weaker tail. Well, the misfield brings forth the single. Big swing of the bat almost takes McCabe off his feet. A bit of encouragement for the bowler if the batsman's going to play that sort of shot. Another 82 required for Pembroke. Another good ball from Cameron Shoebridge, bowling very well to McCabe. Malahide fours, put up 205 all out. And Pembroke fours in reply, 91 for 2. DLS par score at the moment would have been 86, so Pembroke ahead on that count. However, still a long way to go. Boyne to continue from the St John's end. Murray just driving him out on the offside to the fielder. No run. Giving that one a lot more air, allows him just to clip it into the leg. Long on comes in. We'll keep it down to a single. Helicopter definitely flying overhead now. It's moved on quite quickly. There it is, over the Aviva at the moment. As McCabe just plays that one out. Oh, the fielder not getting his hands down. It ran away quite quickly. It was hit firmly by McCabe. But having gone straight to the fielder, the bowler will be disappointed. It ends up as a boundary. Helicopter again coming our way. Another well-flighted ball from Boyne. Time slashed away and long off. Prevents any more than a single from the last ball of the over, and it's 102 for 4, 22 overs gone. Another 76 required, 28 overs to get them in, but under 2 3/4. And Murray and McCabe doing a good job of just steadying the ship here. The water's not particularly choppy as yet, and from a Pembroke point of view they'll be hoping they remain that way. A serene cruise would be nice, however Malahide will have something to say about that. After a short break for yours truly, back again now. 109 for 4. Tool back on at the St John's end. Well, the search for wicket goes on for Malahide. Looks like a bit of a rain cloud over the Aviva now. Helicopter just looks like it's caught in the eye of the storm. Niall still doing some technical adjustments to our straight on camera. Dan Murray just feeling his way in. Zach McCabe, on the other hand, just 4 short of a 5th half century for the year. Really has been a good find for Pembroke. Cut away nicely, but straight to the fielder. Beautiful stroke into the offside. Half's fielded in the ring, will keep it to a single. But it was a nice flowing shot from Murray. It's off the last ball of the over. It means he'll retain the strike, and Zach McCabe will have to wait a bit longer. Good crowd down here in Sydney Parade now. Good to see the first team captain here with a couple of senior players. Down enjoying the afternoon's cricket. May also just be keeping an eye on a player or two. Perhaps Zach McCabe has made his presence known. Well, this is quite impressive, how low this plane is. That's obviously set up to go over the Aviva. It's the closest we can get to a flyby. But that is the lowest I have seen a commercial airliner in Dublin in many a year. 2 helicopters in the area as well. I'm sure that flight path very carefully judged as the plane disappears into the distance. Oh, well, look at it now. Well, that is quite an amazing turn by the captain of that plane. Aer Lingus. And that really is quite low over the Aviva. You don't often see planes that big, that low over Dublin City. And that really is quite an amazing sight. Tight circle flown, and now it will head off back to its flight path on the west. Job done. Not quite the same as the South African Airlines Boeing 747 at the 95 final. That one just dropped to the keeper, no run there. Well, there was a bit of excitement for the afternoon. Great big massive aeroplane. The dark clouds to the north didn't deter the pilot. He followed his pre-agreed circuit of the Aviva. Starting to hear cheers coming from the Aviva, if that helicopter would allow us. He's up there, and we're down here at Sydney Parade for this second 11 Premiership game between Malahide and hosts Pembroke. And that is out. Edged through to the keeper by Dan Murray. He departs for 10, and it's a 5th wicket down. And Pembroke still need another 67 runs. The amount of overs really not important at this stage, and that should be the break for drinks. 25 overs gone, 112 for 5, and we'll see how this game plays out for the rest of it. There is the end of the world pictures, and there's the wicket, just edged through. He knew it straight away. He didn't need the umpires to tell him, but they did nevertheless. Still a couple of helicopters up there, one right out to the right and one right over the Aviva. It's almost like one's waiting and hiding, playing hide and seek from the other. It could be that that is actually the case. So as the players take drinks, they leave the field. Manx now has 1 wicket for 2 runs in his solitary over. Pembroke are 112 for 5, and it will be Sunil Gupta to the middle to join Zach McCabe for the second 25 overs, and we'll hope you'll join us then. Well, you missed a big appeal there. This time played out on the offside. McKay picks up a single. Big heavy cloud with some rain off to the north. We're worried that that's going to come here. And if it does, you'll excuse us if we make everything waterproof. Blank screen. Tool back on for his 8th over. He's looking to rush through it. Malahide rushing through the overs. Probably being warned by the umpire. A few people looking to leave the ground now. The sight of possible rain. We hope they'll pick up the game later on when they reach a device that will broadcast it for them. Played into the ground on the offside. It gets a massive cheer from the Aviva. The American football must have kicked off at this stage. ESPN were broadcasting from Dublin today. Gupta's first shot displayed away. What a man to have coming in at number 7. One of the most elegant batsmen. And here come the first drops of rain. Yeah, I wanted to zip up that corner, I couldn't. 1-1-6 for 5. And the players and the umpires taking to the sidelines, and that makes absolute sense. Finally, we've seen players playing on too much in the rain. So we're going to take a break and try and make this area a bit more watertight. We'll be back with you as soon as we can. delay. "73 deliveries. And he's worked really hard at that. His 5th of the year. He's looked assured at the crease, hasn't given much away. Now heading off to the upright camera, see if it can centre it more on your screen. So McCabe plays one to the invisible side and gets a single. I call it invisible because not only could you not see it, but the walls of the gazebo we've refused to take all the way down. Sunil Gupta now to face. Gets nice and forward. Takes it down to mid-on. The end of another over. 28 gone. Score now 120 for 5. 59 more required, but 5 wickets required for Malahide. If it goes the full 50 overs, one suspects that the runs will be achieved. Malahide need 5 more wickets to win this second 11 Premiership clash. Clipped into the leg side this time. Takes on the second run. Gets there quite easily. Took the first one quickly. And also the fielder deep square leg. Oh, deep mid wicket now coming back closer square up. Had a long way to come to pick that one up cleanly and get rid of it. Oh, that's going to be very short. So short it's a wide. Manx just going a little too short on this occasion. The batsman didn't even duck. Played away on the offside this time. Fielder gets there. This time, full toss down the leg side. It gets edged away.
Yeah, I have a feeling the monitor may be a victim of the rain.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Lovely shot down the ground. High elbow. It runs away to the boundary. Nothing's going to stop it now. Good end to the over for Pembroke. Zach McCabe moves on to 58. Sunil Gupta 3 from 11. And he'll now face the left arm around of Jonathan Toole, going into his final over in this match. 1 for 35 so far. Another one who'd love to keep that figure under 40. However, let's see. Battle between bat and ball. Sun now shining on Sydney Parade. It's quite a strange one today. Well, this time short from the bowler. Gupta onto it very quickly. Changed his feet. Pulled it away to Cyril's way. And here it is. In slow motion. Super work by Niall. You can see how quickly he adjusted his footwork. He knew where he wanted to put it. And it safely ran along the ground and onto Cyril's way. Unsurprisingly, the next one pitched up a bit more and just clipped away for a single. And the sight screen will move again on the last ball of the over. Holy moly. Dot ball. And still a dot ball. And that is the over. Toole finishes with 1 for 40 off his 10 overs. Keeps the mathematicians happy. 134 for 5 now. 30 overs gone. We're into the last 20. Pembroke still require 45. They only have 5 wickets in hand though. And Malahide will be searching for the breakthrough. Let's see. Toole will have bowled his 10 now. It will be interesting to see where the Malahide skipper goes next. Niall has gone over to try and improve your picture. Something happening in the Aviva. Just a quick look at the worm just to see. Pembroke still maintaining that lead. Reaching that target perhaps earlier than Malahide, but Malahide just need to keep taking wickets. To that effect, I think they've gone back to the opener. Short to start with. It's Poole that's bowling, and his first ball up boundary on the offside. Nice shot played through. Just gets on top of it and plays it away so smoothly. As I said, one of the most elegant batsmen. He has that much elegance, one almost assumes he's left-handed. Cracked away through the offside again. The fielder on the ring, on the out rope, isn't going to get that, except to try and find it in the hedge. Another lovely shot, and Gupta at the moment is dealing in fours. For once, the American band in the background get their timing absolutely spot on in celebration of a lovely four. Gupta very quickly moving on to 16. Dealing in boundaries at the moment. 142 for 5. All of a sudden, you look at the runs required, just 38 required, 37 required now. Paul comes in again from the nursery end. This one's a full toss, and that one is cracked away to the other side of the fielder, but a tighter to him this time. That lets him get through for it. And it's just the one. Despite the best efforts of fielder and bowler, batsman had made his ground nice and early and safely. At this point, sure, worth the go. He was safely home. So it's going to be moved. Poole are coming around the wicket to the left-hander McCabe. He's on 58. And out of a total of 143. He's doing a fine job once again. Now 5 half-centuries this season to go ahead with a century. Pembroke pick up another run there. Makes me laugh, people wearing sunglasses and hoodies up when you think about it. Another one played nicely out to extra cover. Fielder doing a job in Michael Sharp corner. And that is the end of Paul's over. Not costing, I think, 11 runs. With 19 overs remaining, Pembroke just needs 34 with 5 wickets in hand. Runs required per over, they're fine.
One down one side, one down the other.
Well, that's the way it's been. Wayne just checking with probably a skipper. Standing in at mid-wicket. Well, it's going to move again. Unsurprisingly. Well, he finds the rope again, does Gupta. He really is enjoying finding the boundaries. This time, played away on the offside. But a good tight field on that side, ensure that no run is taken. 149 for Pembroke seconds now. And that's short-armed into the leg side. The fielder is there. They will take 2. And that brings up 150 for Pembroke and means the runs required drops to 28. Sunil Gupta now 22 off 24. Well, slight misfield. It was a late decision to go for the run. It ends up being just the one, and quite sensibly too. Seven bowlers Malahide have tried. Sorry, 7 bowlers that Pembroke used. And 7 bowlers that Malahide have tried. These two came together with the score on 1-1-2. They're closing in on a 50 partnership. Again, it's the lower middle order of both teams that have sort of rescued their side's innings. Both sides had lost 3 wickets before they reached a half century of runs. Yeah. It is what it is. Malahide players not quite as quick to their marks. Sight screen moved. Tucked away off the hip into mid-wicket. They'll take 2 for that. Field very much set for bowling at or just outside off stump. Instead, the bowler straying into the midriff of the batsman. He just tucked it away handily enough. Took 2 more. Live scoring just lagging a moment here. Cameron Shoebridge it is, back on at the nursery end. Bowled well early on. 7 overs for just 19 runs. Sorry, 7 overs for just 17 runs. Oh, what a clear sky it is. That rain obviously needed just to clear things out. Leave us with what is a lovely summer's evening. A late summer. Refuse to accept autumn. Tries to run that one down third, almost gets too much on it. Absolutely no rush for Pembroke here now. No need to take unnecessary risks. Gupta and McCabe have very quickly closed down any thought that Malahide may have had about rattling through the rest of the Pembroke order. He's gone big to cow on this one. That is a super shot. Runs away for 4 runs. Fielder signals 4. And umpire signals 4. Well, he just launched into this. Cleared our screen there quite quickly, but Niall picks it up on the other camera. And you can see it lands a long way away. Ball just making its way back onto the pitch now. One last fielder back into place, having had to fetch what was a beautiful shot from Gupta. He'll move on to 31 on your screen in a moment. And it will change again as he hooks one out to square leg. On the second bounce it's fielded. He only gets a single for it. There we go. We're catching up now. Sight screen at the far end moving again. It actually looks like it's at a big angle and it's going to end up in a flower bush. Flower bed or bush bed. Short ball just tapped away down to third by McCabe. Fielder coming round through the netting. I know he's far away, but he looks a bit too small for the net. One you'd have to throw back. Well,
thank goodness. You can see the ground just suddenly goes. The moment it drops just from that foot.
Pat Carthy agrees, and Gupta is on his way. Fined 32 from 32 deliveries, but that's the end of his knock for today. And suddenly Pembroke 6 down, but they're just 16 away from victory now. Still some batting to come. Here it is. You can see why Boyne went up for this. Don't think he got anything but pad on that. However, I'm sure he'd tell us if he did. It does bring Mark Berry to the middle now. As I say, 16 required in 16.5 overs. Run rate not a problem here. It's all about wickets now. Can Malahide take 4 before Pembroke scores 16? That is the question. Niall, have you ever been involved in a collapse with Pembroke?
Sure I have.
Just one or two.
The most dramatic I remember I wasn't involved in, so don't remember any extraordinarily spectacular ones. Just the regulation, this sort of
thing.
or a bit worse.
Pat Carthy preventing any play until he gets his square leg umpire back from the scorers. Just clarifying what the score is, what Duckworth Lewis is. Good crowd has built up outside the bar now. It's the traditional post-shower crowd in that nobody's given them any blue towel to mop down the seats, and so everybody's standing. Square leg umpire now, ready to resume his position. He's lucky it's the right-hander. That saves him a good 30 yards, cantering across the ground. I say cantering. What's the one below? Okay, trotting. He's not had the best of days. He's now walking backwards again. A risk I would have thought he'd have given up on for the day. Seen him on the ground twice now. Oh, a little bit of a cooling breeze coming across. Just what I was looking for. Not. That one's short. Live scoring yet to catch up again. They're working things out up there. We'll watch the live action, and on this occasion it's clubbed down to us here. It's thuds into us here. Came inside the gazebo despite the walls. No.
Ah, here we go. That is impressive where it took itself into.
Ball returned by Niall.
I didn't leave the camera in the right place.
A lovely shot. Mike Berry picking up where Sunil Gupta left off. This time respectful of the ball's length.
And I didn't think to play the replay before I walked away because I should have known I had time.
Comes forward, bat and pad firmly together, sees out the over. 167 for 6. And that boundary means that just 12 required now.
I had no idea where this was going. I could see it riding up the perspex or the sheet into us.
Oh, burst through and ended up in the back of the gazebo. There's our rainproofing. That's the poverty we're living in at the moment.
In there. Here. No, look over here. In there.
Okay.
Give me right took behind the bench.
Hop, skip and a jump to get in there. Well hidden away. Just 12 required then for Pembroke. Cameron Shoebridge, he has 2 overs left, and I have no doubt we're going to see both of those. He's bowled well today. This one, run down past the wicket keeper, reaches the boundary, and suddenly the deficit is single digits. This is a lovely shot from McCabe. Takes him on to 67. Just deliberately lay it down. And no fielder in that area was going to stop that. 171 for 6, and just 8 more runs required. Overs certainly not coming into this, and Malahide, well, they've toiled, they've tried to keep themselves in the game, they've taken wickets, and nobody's really got away from them apart from Zach McCabe. He's looked comfortable, he's on 67 now.
Even number of runs. 2 fours
A late cut there from McCabe. Again down to third. This time there, a fielder down there gets to it. And now time to move the sight screen again. Pembroke send out one poor unfortunate soul. Do it on their own. Yes, MC print and design sign telling you exactly where the sight screen is. Lifted out on the offside. There is a fielder on the boundary who, despite the ball spinning, manages to save the boundary. It was in the air a bit longer perhaps than Berry would have wanted, but it does bring the deficit down once more. Didn't look like 3 to me. Well, either way, there's 4. Now, by my reckoning, that should mean the scores are level. Because I don't think that was a 3, I think that was a single. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116,
which means they needed 5. They got 4. They need 1 for victory. And Zach McCabe, as the score is now correct. Pembroke 1 behind now. McCabe slashes at one outside off. They'll take 1. Now the scores are tied. And it's the end of the over. That'll be the last, I suspect, we'll see of Cameron Shoebridge. So it's an apt time to say, very well bowled. 9 overs for 37. They're at the top of the order. And there again then. At the end of the match. It's been decided that Pembroke require 1 run. Run rate required. Now at James Bond. One run in 15 overs. Well, big swing from McCabe at the first one. He's on 73 at the moment. He's definitely looking to pierce the ring with power. He does it with height and power. The ball disappears. He finishes on 77 not out. He's certainly my player of the match. His innings has stood out. He was calm. He built an innings. He got himself in. And then at the end you could see that he was seeing it like a basketball. Well, that's a good win for Pembroke Seconds. It certainly keeps them in contention for the second 11 Premier League title. Another good win, and this is how they got there. Zach McCabe lifting one a long, long way. Four signalled by Pat Carthy, and that was enough to see Pembroke reach 182 for 6. No, would I be right in saying you don't have a huge amount of highlights to show us?
None.
That's the other word.
See that ball again.
No. But what we will do before you go tonight is we'll take you through the game.
Dust cloud.
Dust cloud from Dale's hoovering. Well, this is the story of the match, and it really was. It was Pembroke's bowling and fielding that kept Malahide down to 178 for 7. Few too many extras perhaps, and a few runs at the end between Para Sumara and Dermot Burke. Oliver Manx, he came in and hit a few at the end, and that got them up to a total that they thought, well, was probably well below par. Well, Pembroke Seconds using 7 bowlers, only 2 of them going through their full spell, and that's, well, there's a reason for that. McDara Cosgrave bowling at the end when the batsmen were looking to get after him, and they really couldn't, and he took 1 for 38. Mark Berry bowled with pace and purpose in his 1 for 19 off 8, a measly 2.38 and over. And up top, the Battle of the Murrays, 1 for 14 from 5 or 0 for 8 from 5. And one applying the pressure and the other one gaining the reward. But overall, you'd have to say, bowler of the day, 4 for 39, 10 overs, Don Katucker, and that was a fine display for him.
Pembroke then went into the second half of this match knowing that they needed 179, and they reached that total and reached it really quite handily, and a big part of that reason was number 3, Zach McCabe, 77 not out. He got a bit of support from each of the batsmen that followed, but none of them really sticking around until Sunil Gupta and himself put on an impressive partnership. Mark Berry came in at the end and ensured that there was no more worry or concern on the sidelines as they saw Pembroke home. And there again, the captain calling upon 7 bowlers. On this occasion, only Jonathan Toole seeing through the full 10. His 1 for 40. He kept things tight. 2 for 41 for Neil Boyne, and 1 for 16 for Oliver Manx. However, Pembroke managed to put together a couple of vital partnerships, including one of 51 for the 6th wicket, and that allowed them to get to 182 for 6 in pursuit. So here is the match summary, how it ended today. Tail of the tape, as they say. Malahide scoring 178 for 7, below par. Star of the first innings, certainly Donica Tucker, 4 for 39. Star of the second innings, Zach McCabe, his 77 off 91 balls, exactly what Pembroke needed, exactly when they needed it. 182 for 6, they won by 4 wickets, and that's a fine win.
Just for a minute.
Slight curve in the covers. Anyway, there is your match summary.
You can see why I noticed.
Our next broadcast will be tomorrow, again beginning at midday, and that will feature, no doubt, the Nick Stapleton fan club down in Sydney. They'll be joining us tomorrow, and we'll see how that goes. The first 11 playing here. Dale now getting the lads to move the covers properly. First 11 looking to play here tomorrow, and we're looking to broadcast that. We'll thank.
Malahide again?
Is it? I think it's Malahide.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure, so I wasn't going to say anything.
And how's it going out in Malahide?
I don't know. Haven't looked. So that'll be our broadcast tomorrow. First 11, and then we'll find out what's happening the week before the dinner. Thank you all for joining us today. We hope you enjoyed this broadcast of Pembroke Cricket Live. If you are not a subscriber, please consider becoming one. And if you are a subscriber, you have our eternal gratitude. Well, subscribers or not, thank you very much for joining us today. So from Niall and myself, it's good night.
Good night.